Well, anyway, welcome back. Dragon Quest Builders 2. Today we are going into Chapter 1, which is Furrowfield. So yeah, as I mentioned before, and as Captain Brownbeard tells us here, you cannot take anything with you. The only things you are able to take with you are stuff you have equipped. Oh god, no. No, 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 no. Malroth, please. The last thing we need is more time with Lulu. Apparently mine is too. Like I said, OBS is saying I'm dropping frames left and right. But everything looks to be perfectly fine on my end. Heck, it's actually been doing that for all of this year, and even some of last year, in fact. It will tell me that I'm in the red and dropping frames left and right, and then everyone who's watching the thing is like, no, this is perfectly good quality, we're not getting any kind of hitches or anything. OBS is so weird. Also, this is a little thing I love. Malroth will always sit on the little, pointy part of the ship there. I forget what it's actually called. So, the Lord of Destruction has befriended a builder. Yeah, this is the text I can't speed up or advance. Destiny moves in mysterious ways. Neither men nor monsters can escape its influence. But now is the time of creation. Build to your heart's content, young builder, while we wait the day of awakening. I should take a vote on Discord if I should actually clip the long waiting times for these out. There is only one who can save this world from oblivion. Malroth, the Lord of Destruction. The one issue I have with that is that there are versions of that that will play over an actual, actual stuff that's going on. So you can see your builder and people in the background. And I feel like it would just be weird if I edited it out while you see the people like jerk around and the music might get weird. But at the same time, it takes forever. So I don't know which would be better, just sitting there and waiting for a full 5 minutes for 7 lines to scroll along the screen, or just dealing with the weirdness of an awkward cut while I separate the piece, while I cut out the loading for each of those lines. It's not even loading, it's delay. Apparently this isn't even a solid boat. Great. Fantastic. I think these are actual places in Dragon Quest II. I don't know. So welcome to Furrowfield. It's gross. Look carefully at the ground we're standing on. Does this look like healthy grass to you? Yeah, this is a terrible place. What do we do with unknown things? We go poke it. I don't know, Malroth. That doesn't really look like a fruit to me. I don't know what it does look like, but it's certainly not a fruit. It exploded right in his face. When we get back to the Isle of Awakening, I'm gonna build a shower, and everyone is spending 2 hours individually in that shower. We're going to wash the stink off if it burns 5 layers of our skin. Somebody needs help. From really far away. Wow, that person has some pretty good pipes. So one important thing to note is when that thing exploded, it took out the clean dirt around it, but it also turned the wheat into this weird little withered plant. That's going to be important to remember. Also, our new hammer helps us break stuff. So does Malroth. The one downside to what Malroth does is he can only do one thing at a time. Like, you might be able to swing and get multiple things. Like that. But Malroth will only ever hit one square at a time. It's a little annoying, but considering you can do just like what I'm doing here and go for completely different targets, he's basically gathering for you while you're gathering in another direction. But I think he just fell off. He was like on the very edge of here when he pulled his weapon off, he just boop, fell right off. I just wanted to get some starter materials. Also, these things right here, these things are the bane of my existence. They are so annoying. Because they have range attacks and they will lock onto you from far away and attack you like that. Meaning if you're just trying to progress through stuff, you're gonna constantly get assaulted by those guys. Also, one thing I forgot you can do is you can actually press B at any point to jump out of your combo. Like, for whatever reason, the builder's jump completely overwrites the combo they're doing. So, if you see someone starting to attack, you can immediately hit B and hold back, and you'll usually jump out of the way. Depends on how big of the range their attack has. But I forgot that was actually a thing you could do. Sally screams a lot. Hello. No. Lady lady, we're the reason the baboons went away. So this is Rosie. She's an important character for this chapter, and I actually like her a lot. Also, apparently we directly introduced Malroth as the amnesiac. Okay. That seems kind of mean, Builder, but sure. That's not really how that works, Rosie. See, I remember how she reacted to us when we mentioned we were a builder. That's actually kind of relevant. The monsters aren't the only ones with negative attitude towards builders around here. Also, you can see our base is right up ahead there. It needs a little work. Rosie? There you go. You okay, Rosie? Also, you can hear that now we're in town, the music has changed. It does that. Doesn't quite look like the grand farm you're making it out to be there, Rosie. Yeah, there you go, Malroth. Spoil spores, huh? Also, she is not kidding. Spoiled soil is important for a few things, but it absolutely will not grow anything. Well, there are two people over in the wheat behind there. Parian Bonazzo, I think is what it was. Yeah, Bonazzo. Bonanzo? I think it's Bonanzo. I always call him Bonzo. I don't know why, that just kind of stuck in my head when I first started playing the game. Okay, so this is I didn't realize he would actually do this, but this is one thing I didn't, I've been waiting for a while to tell. When you're actually within the limits of town, Malroth will split off from you. You walk out of town, he will immediately snap back to you. That's kind of a cute thing, but what I find it mostly useful for is you can use Malroth to tell exactly where the edges of your base are. Because unlike in Dragon Quest Builders 1, you no longer get a physical showing of the edges of your base. And for the way I generally build bases, it is vitally important to know where the edges of it are. Also, he's a total twit. I'm probably just gonna call him Bonzo for ease. I think there's something that Rosie isn't telling us. And Malroth is, of course, upset because we got insulted. facial hair felonies aside, this is admittedly one of the reasons I love Malroth. Is he's just so funny half the time. Also, I find it kind of curious how much he actually knows despite being amnesic. Also, I want to point out, we came to this island specifically because it was the only island that knew in-depth farming techniques. And this is the only farm on this island. Or at least the biggest farm on this island, and it literally has nothing in it right now. Wherever there's some not gross earth. Oh, is this one? Yes. So the Scarecrow is one of the first items we get that actually manipulates the NPCs. As you can see in the blue text, the surrounding normal soil will be tilled when we place a Scarecrow down. And this is actually how a lot of things are going to go. We'll learn how to do something and someone's going to ask us to put that into practice. Also, if you look over there, you can see a good spot for the first Scarecrow. I actually really like Scarecrows because they have a pretty huge range. And they make setting up fields without running into limits very easy. See, here's the thing. Remember how we learned that if we build a building with 2-block high walls and a door, it'll count as a room? There's a limit to that. I believe a room can only be, what was it? 150 tiles big, not counting the walls? If it's any bigger, the game will not recognize it as a room. One thing that Pi and even Aaron and I tend to do is that we'll, actually, I don't know if Mav does it, but Pi and I will get 150 of something and then put it down as flooring to tell us exactly how to do that. Because there's an easy way to put flooring down later on. Also, Perry is still here. Bonzo isn't, but Perry is. Oh, no, he is still here. He's over there. Maybe they're smart and realize this is the only place where monsters won't spawn. Need wood. Right. People who really like cabbages, I guess? You can see that the Scarecrow actually affects a really huge range. I'd probably take carrots on a picnic. And now we just kind of sit and wait for Rosie to do her thing. But for the moment, I'm going to take a quick scan around here. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to pick up all this fencing. Because for whatever reason, the fencing is not actually on the edges of your base. The fencing is inside the edges of your base. I don't know why they did it like that. But while Rosie's doing this, I always found it really good to pick up the fencing so that you can put it on the very edges. Oh, but you're up to heart. I obtained a strange something. kind of manifested a heart. I kind of wish I could summon Captain Planet. That would sure make this chapter a lot shorter. So this is gratitude, and it's basically exactly what it sounds like. When an NPC, villager, whatever you call them, is doing something that is doing anything, because every villager enjoys doing everything, they will give you some of the gratitude points, and you also get it for completing quests. It is very, very important. Gratitude is perhaps one of the most important things in the game. Once again, that's something we'll get to when it actually becomes relevant. I feel like it wasn't so much we were risking our life as we just say it without thinking. Yeah, pretty much. So that sentiment there is, we're gonna be seeing that all game. The builders is the enemy thing. It's not ready. You still haven't tilled half of it, Rosie. Come on. Have it, seeds. I really don't think it takes that much of a... that much effort to plant a seed. There you go. I don't know how comfortable I feel growing seeds next to filthy, corrupted soil. Is that just me? Also, that water is, This is also something that'll happen is a lot of the time is that you'll get blueprints overlaid on things that are already there, so it'll already count what's there. Nice little watering hole with filthy, filthy water. Alright, so one little tip if you're playing yourself. See this little ditch around the center area here? Do not ever fill this ditch with anything. Just trust me, don't do it. Nothing irreversible will happen, but when something comes up later, you will laugh as your town is basically completely flooded. Seven, that should be it. I'll go ahead and get this. Excuse me, Malroth! Also, gratitude points have different values for the different colors and sizes. Like that one's 5, the little yellow ones are 1. I don't really know what dictates which type they drop. I just know that for quests they'll drop higher value ones than they do just for doing basic tasks. Also, farmers will only farm for a specific amount of time. There's only a certain time during the day where... Actually, it's not even just farmers. There's only a certain type during the day. Certain time during the day that NPCs will work. Also, something I didn't mention is if you held L or R, not the Z's, just the thinner buttons, you'll look up and down. And that'll let you hit things that are a square above or a square below you. Not all skill in the mountain and get in the water to give me a high five. I'm pretty sure that water's up to his neck. Malroth, you might want to get out. To be fair, we probably already reek from being here, so... Everybody's taking a bath. I will invent a hose, make a hose, and then hose everybody down. Also, despite the fact she says anybody can do it, you can't actually water things. You can sort of do it with a different sort of tool we get later, but you can't, like, just actually water things. The game doesn't let you do that. I'm gonna clean this field up a bit. Alright, so now I just wait for Rosie to water all the plants. They unfortunately only do it one at a time, so if you've got big fields, it can take a while for them to do it. Also, here is where this comes in handy, because I can hit this, even though it's way above me, by looking up. One sec, Rosie. Also, I do like the fact the NPCs will come to you when they... Okay, this is a bit too close. I apologize. But yeah, the NPCs will run up to you when either they've finished a task or you finish a task for them. So you don't have to go hunting for NPCs to turn in quests, and it's really, really nice. Really hope we're not walking on mold. Ew. Yeah, when crops are fully grown, you can harvest them by hitting them with any weapon. Even your fist. No, actually, you can't harvest them with your fist. You need a weapon of any kind. I'm gonna hold on to these for the moment. Got it. I am, however, going to do what Rosie said, and I'm going to start trying to clear the area around. I can't do really what I want to do to get this fully set up just yet, but since we're waiting for them to grow anyway, I might as well. So generally what I want to do is I will go here, I will use the center here as the base, and then I will level everything else around it. I can't do much right now because of where the field is. I'm only going to cut to there. But everything else I can absolutely work on leveling. Also, as you can see, while you're in bounds of the town, Malroth will not help you break stuff. I believe that's just to make sure Malroth doesn't accidentally destroy anything you want there. I'm not totally certain that's the case. Also, you can see we can now break these and pick them up. They're called floorboards. You get the ability to actually, like, pick up debris items, like the vines here and the little grass, so that you can place them down and use them as decoration. So I really do think that's why Malroth doesn't do anything when you're in town, and they just don't want Malroth to accidentally break something you put for decoration. That is a very, very long way off, though. That's post-game stuff. I think I talked a little bit about hairstyles before, but, the hairstyles you can unlock are basically NPC hairstyles. I think there's a couple that are unique, like the ones we started with, but most of them you just unlock the ability to use NPC hairstyles. And you unlock them through specific means. I don't fully remember all the means that there are to unlock them. But I do know we're not going to get it for quite a while. Luckily there's actually something I can immediately do when we are done here with Furrowfield. Well, not immediately, but you'll see. That allows me to get a hairstyle I actually want to wear, so... Go ahead and hoard as many of these as I can, because I'm going to need them for leveling out the shorter areas. Oh. Here you can see what I said before, where you can use Malroth to determine where the edge is. If I step out on this block, he comes to me. Up in here, it looks like this is about where... About here is where... it becomes... call it... the base. That is the word I was looking for. I think I'm gonna go ahead and leave this partly as a mountain. Because you can't, there's not really enough room over here to build anything anyway. So it's actually really good defensive-wise to leave it fairly tall. I'm gonna go ahead and hollow it out. Oh. It's getting late, which you might remember I've mentioned before is not really a good time to be out and about. We'll go ahead and leave this spot here as the entrance to the base. I'm actually specifically delaying because I want to show why it's not a good idea. Well, you can hit A to change your tool. Oh, now where are you? I really do hate those things. I think part of the reason why I hate a lot of the monsters the way I do is there's a slight issue with the way the game has programmed the monsters. You may remember I mentioned before, the Builder is not a combat character, and the game does not pretend the Builder is a combat character. And this is true. However, the monsters hyper-focus the Builder a lot. Up here and walk in here. Yeah, okay, so guess even as the entrance, and then that could just be the stairs up. I'll figure it out a bit more directly when I actually have things I can work with. Because as you can probably guess, we are very shy on... Sorry, very short on actual things we can build right now. Maybe the ghosts don't show up till you progress far enough. I think that's actually the case because we haven't learned how to chase them away yet. Also, just so you know, this thing, you can ring it to pick everything up and it'll summon everybody in the camp. By ringing it, I mean just normally hitting it. The A ring is something totally different. Looks like, yeah, these cabbages are ready. I'm gonna go ahead and plant the other 5 now. Don't know why it popped that up, but okay. And now we'll harvest all the cabbages! Delicious, non-spoiled cabbages, I think. You can see why I like Rosie a lot. Also, I really like the way the game does cutscenes where the NPCs just kind of interact where they are, but it can sure make some odd-looking cutscenes sometimes. You said that last time and you didn't leave. I bet you won't leave this time either. Nope. Malroth really doesn't like beards. Also, that doesn't quite sound right. His whole life? Huh, so this thing against the builders is not recent, it's at least 1 generation. That's weird. I didn't think Hargon and Malroth died that long ago. Maybe it's just something weird with Furrowfield. We are in an area that Brownbeard apparently doesn't know anything about, so... Rosie is absolutely correct here. You might notice that there is now a meter there, with level 0 and an up and a bell, as well as a numerical value of the gratitude we've been picking up. So we hit A to actually ring the bell. Pour enough gratitude to level it to the next level. This does quite a few things, actually. It does that, which means the residents... Well, it doesn't really mean... It's sort of plot-based. It means that the NPCs are more likely to help you. Or in this case, will help you at all. So that means that it's not just Rosie who will till the fields and water now. Anyone else we get will till the fields and water. More importantly, this gets us a bunch of new recipes every time you ring the bell. You might notice these are interesting looking. Sadly, there's no fence here, which I would like to have, but we get that later. Sorry, spoiler. We get fences later. Okay, he's down in the pit there. I can't get a good angle on him. I'm sorry, I'm probably going to spoil some things we learn because I don't think about mentioning a couple of recipes. Hush, Malroth, let me have this. This is a lie. It will not work that long. Yeah, like it says, they'll do different things based on the time of day and stuff. I'm going to get rid of this to even it out. Unfortunately, that block is called flagstones, and we will not get access to that for a very long time. Also, she says that, like, the NPCs are actually going to make stuff, and as a whole, they really don't. There's only a couple of things I think they can make, and that is specifically only if you set up something. Second row. I just want to get that out of the way because that's bothering me. Oh, here's Malroth. I really love how they just sprint across the entire area to come talk to you. You're asking me? What? Oh, she has, something? A light. Well, oh, hello. That's a shiny thing. I mean, there was some weird circular dirt there. Maybe I can just shove whatever this is in the dirt. Also, notice this has a star on it. Items with the star are kind of special. I'm not really sure special how, they just kind of are. Some things are plot-based items, like the light bulb here. You will only ever get one, and you can never get it again, because it's for the specific plot, and you wouldn't be able to do anything with it. That's not a light bulb. Sorry, that's not a lamp. Ah, okay. There are some star recipes that when you pick them up, you learn how to craft them, but that makes sense that a star recipe is you only get one naturally occurring one. Looking at cross purposes? Also, it might just be me, but the leaves on that tree look kind of sickly. Yes, that's right. They literally can't build anything. It's not even just building, it's creation. They can't even cook food. Oh, I can't move the camera. Oh, hello. Interesting. Oh, it's another monster. I forget what these are actually called. All the monsters in this game are actual Dragon Quest monsters, so they have species names. I just have no idea what any of them are. I'm trying to get a good look at everybody. And Bonzo is once again down in the trench there. Everybody cowers, but Malroth gets his weapon out and is ready to fight. Why is everybody always so mean to me? I don't look that bad, do I? Dia tree, huh? That's actually a pun I don't really mind. It's clever and it actually kind of flows well. Interesting. So the pastor here has an interest in that tree. And he's going to help us. Also, I kind of love how the intimidating music is still playing. Also, fun little fact I didn't mention, these icons will actually change based on the gender you're currently... well, you currently are. They have a male version and a female version, which I think is really cute. Also, once we get that way of making more soil, I can properly start shaping the base. I'm generally nervous about doing it too early because if you break all of the dirt, you might be kind of in trouble. I love how Malroth is just so ready to brawl. Like, you wanna go? Let's go! I mean, that's kind of what we're here for. I'm gonna be honest, even if he only wants to grow the tree so we're upset when he gets knocked down, I'm fairly certain I can just point Malroth at him and the problem will be solved. See, just like with Lulu before, if we talk to the pastor here, he will tell us again what we need to do. He won't give us any hints on it, but the game actually doesn't make you figure it all out on your own. Harry, please come out of the pastor. Harry. Harry, come on. That's just inappropriate, man. Thank you. Also, we're having this discussion directly next to the pastor. I feel like he's just sitting there going, I can hear you. Eat the cabbage. Get some food back. So as he says here, if you eat food, you will heal. There are medical herbs in this game, but I've never found them to be overly useful. And that's generally because by the time I could make a good amount of them, they were already kind of outclassed compared to my health. Though honestly, considering you can scarf them down really, really fast, like you saw with the kelp earlier, having like 50 on you that you just shovel 5 of in your mouth to fully heal is not a bad plan. Perry, the pastor. You know, I really feel like the pastor just likes doing it. He doesn't have ears on him like a bat. You were literally next to him. He could have reached out and poked you. Alright, so Bonazo is next. Now we're actually gonna start building. So he's telling us how to make a basic kind of bedroom here. I am actually going to do what he wants and make it out of softwood floorboards. But I need to level this area out first. Oh, so you can reach really high with the jump and looking upwards. It can really make it a lot easier to get all your stuff planned. Being able to level stuff will go a little bit faster once we level up a bit more. So it won't be one block at a time forever. And I'm being very careful to skirt the fields. As well, I could probably move those and not suffer any ill consequences. I don't really want to risk it. Yes, we're going to actually start building! The whole premise the game revolves around! Oh god, if you could do Furrowfield with in-game tools, it would be so much better. So with Chapter 2, though these chapters aren't that bad with the tools you have. They're a little slow and a little annoying, but they're not that bad. We're not going to talk about Chapter 3. Mostly because, I'm just going to be honest here, Chapter 3 is not going to be a fun time for anybody. I mean, it'll probably be fun for you, because all of you watching this can just point and laugh while I cry in misery. It won't be fun for me. I will say right now that I actually don't know if the labels I'm giving them are correct. I've never seen the strategy guide for this game, and everywhere I've looked, there's never been any consistent labeling for what each of the plot islands actually are. I just call them chapters because it's easy to divide them up. Like the first island is chapter 1, the second island is chapter 2, and so on. But if there is an official strategy guide for this game, I don't know what it says. Okay, that should be fine. It's easier to do it this way because you can hit 2 at once. Or you could, if I actually had angled myself right. Let me see here. So see what I mean when I said the fencing doesn't actually cover the base? We're still not out of the base. There. So here is the limits of the base. Let's find the limits on this side as well. There. Right about there. We know we need to level up to about here. Go ahead and just place all the fencing single-tiered down this way. Just so I know where I can stop leveling. Also, I feel like Malroth is so confused right now. He's like, are you gonna go out or aren't you? That should be perfect for now. Let's see. This, okay, here we go. This is on tier. I need to bring all this up 2 blocks. I'm eyeing the monsters I see out of the corner of my eye. I don't trust them at all. There, and this should be a good start. Go as far back as there, so I'm going to go ahead. All this up to about here, and I can just stick the house right here. Whenever you're setting up the quarters for people, make sure to set it up really, really big. Just trust me on that. You don't have to necessarily go really, really big, just fairly sizable, I guess is a better way to put it. Should be in. Okay. Go on and head up here. That should be about big enough. Then we'll worry about... Believe it or not, I I actually prefer to shift it with the floorboards as the wall and the softwood as the flooring. It just looks better that way to me. Yeah, I love it too. That said, the bases can sometimes feel kind of claustrophobic once you actually start building in them. Chapter 2's is really, really bad for this, I personally find. Because the way it's laid out is not conductive to actually laying your spaces out all that well. Also, to show you here, since I ran out of food, let me show you what I was talking about before. Swing a tool, you pause to groan. Swing weapon, you pause to groan. Try to sprint, nothing happens. I thought you paused to groan, but no, it's just nothing happens. Well, we're gonna go ahead and scarf all those down. One more layer. I ended up just not doing, I didn't terraform it, I just took a deep breath and dealt with the hand that was given to me, because the terraforming in that one is just so bad from the way the base is laid out. I love chapter 2, it's my favorite chapter. But oh god, the base was not fun to deal with. You don't actually have to put the floorboards underneath the walls. I mean, you can, but it won't actually show up no matter what you do, so I usually don't, to conserve on the floor. I need to make more of these. Might even be a little too big. But from what I remember, I'm gonna need it quite that size. I can always shrink it later if it's turns out to actually be too big. The wonders of being the only one in control of building everything in this universe. Also, what I'm about to do isn't necessary, but I like doing this. Putting the wall where the floor will be. Or under the door directly, I mean. Ooh, one short. I'll just make it. Not like I'm hurting for wood. Even if I am, I won't be for long. Should be, there we go. You can actually hit view info here and it'll tell you the size. There's multiple sizes of room depending on how many square units of floor it has. And again, it does not count the walls. Anywhere there are walls actually drops the footage. So if I like made a wall straight down the middle there, it would actually make the room smaller. Say. Oh yeah, if you have a quest open, it gives you a little exclamation point. I'm just gonna make... Okay, 14's a bit too many. Me, Malroth, Bonazzo, Perry, Rosie. What? I'm just gonna make 10. Also, NPCs cannot actually harvest. So if there's stuff to harvest, it'll just be ignored. There's me and Malroth in a corner, and the rest of you guys can all sleep together. Finally, they need a light source, which right now the only light source we have is a torch. Well, technically the bonfire is also considered a light source. I use a torch, though. Torches I can put... The other 4 torches I can stick on the corners of the fences when I get them. To light up the area. Also, anything that is within the 2 block high is counted as part of the room. So you can put stuff on, like, you can use blocks for, like, tables and whatever. The first time you make any room in any area, everyone will come and give you gratitude for it. Also, as the tutorial said, what you place in the room determines what type of room it is. The decorations are really important for that. I mean, I wouldn't say houses plural, your base is a little too small for that, but... I don't really know what he's talking about building room for the rest of your fellow villagers. You can build an individual room for every single person, but that's not really a good use of your space. Why did you have cabbage seeds in your beard? When you're actually building on the Isle of Awakening, you get so much room, it's kind of ridiculous. To the point where you would actually run out of spaces to make rooms before you would run out of people to make rooms for, even if you made, like, duplicates of every single type of room. So do it, but the chapters do not give you enough space to justify making a single room for everyone. Generally what I tend to do is that I'll make a shared room for everybody, and then I'll make my own room for me and Malroth. Because we're the ones doing the heavy lifting, so we're the ones who deserve private rooms. Alright, how much do you want of each of those? I already forgot. Bonazo! Okay, he just needs one of each. Also, yes, there is an anvil there that I have been ignoring. We can, in fact, use it. I just don't want to use it yet. So if you place things down that theme the room enough, it will change to a different type of room. Despite what it says, the type of room doesn't really change what the NPCs do unless it's a specific, unless it's a room that has a specific thing you do in it. Like, if you make a pool room, NPCs will swim in it, but the difference between bedrooms is just essentially decoration. Which, I mean, this is a building game, it's all about decoration, but don't worry yourself too much over function, because most of them don't have functions. I believe what he said is true, though. If you give people themed bedrooms, they will give you more gratitude when they wake up in the morning. I don't think it really matters what type of bedroom it is, though. I think if you match the bedroom to the job the NPC has, they'll give you more, but I never really noticed enough of a difference to care. I really wish he wouldn't call it his beard's bounty. I mean, it's funny, but it just gives me a really uncomfortable feeling for some reason. Also, nobody has any more quests for us, so I'm just gonna go ahead and plant these. Let them grow with the rest. And just work on the base. First things first. This needs to come down. This. This. Thank you. Are going over here. Also, while you're holding something, you can run, as I just demonstrated, but if you hit Y, you'll actually swivel it. Which makes placing stuff down arrangement-wise easier. I'm gonna put this over here, time being. let's show off the anvil. The anvil is where you make combat stuff. You can see most of the reason I was ignoring it is because there's not really anything here. This is another DLC item, but I've never really found it all that useful. Blowing enemies away is good for getting space, but you also blow them away from Malroth, which prevents him from hitting them, which I find to be far more important. Alright, here we go. So now we officially have the night monsters. Let me see if I can get one of them to spawn. No. Come on. I'll just start working. Oh, wait. Yeah, I can get why it would be useful in some cases, but the problem is that Malroth renders every one of those cases basically moot. You don't want to ever get anything away from Malroth because that prevents Malroth from killing it, and Malroth killing something makes battles go much faster than you trying to do hit and run tactics. So I don't know if I ever actually finished my thought of earlier about the monsters, so just in case. The game knows the builder is not combat, it highlights it, it's built around it, but the problem is that monsters will stay hyper-focused on the builder. I rarely ever see the monsters actually go after Malroth. And they usually only go after Malroth if he's the first one to hit them. So if I hit them even a couple of times, they'll turn around on me. And it's kind of a pain. Also, notice that Malroth is still awake despite it being night. Malroth will not actually go to sleep unless you do. Because he has to basically be ready to pop to your side at a moment's notice. If you're still awake, he stays awake as well. There's no sleep meter, thankfully, so you're not required to sleep. But because the dangerous monsters come out at night, it's usually better to skip the night. Especially because days don't really matter. Though, apparently the Reapers are camera shy. I don't think I've ever had a night go where they didn't show up before. Like when they actually could start showing up. This is sort of weird. And a bit unnerving. Like when you're preparing for an army to come bust down your door, and it's an hour after the time they're supposed to be there and nothing is happening. Also, yes, that tree was floating because I broke the block out from under it. You can break the block out from under basically everything. Sometimes the things will break on their own, sometimes they'll just float. Yeah, normally the reason you're supposed to go to sleep at night is because the Reaper monsters will follow you incessantly and constantly attack you. And like I said in the first stream, they could probably two-shot the builder. They do a lot of damage and you barely do any damage to them in return. But like now it's just not showing up. I don't see Malroth either. Where is he? Oh, there it is. So these are the night ghosts, the Reapers. They will swing at you and vanish, but the way to get rid of them, draw them into the light. Malroth is going after that thing with a passion. That one took a really long time to show up. The funny thing is I didn't realize that they were as dangerous as they were until I was in chapter 2, and I was just building at night and I noticed Malroth was dead. Yeah, look at how little damage you actually do to these things. And just for the sake of, look at how much health it took off Malroth. It took 20 HP off of Malroth. We have 31 HP. Yeah, that thing would totally murder us. So let's just go to bed. Also, when you lay down, When you lay down, normally Malroth will come sprinting into the room to flop down on the bed next to you. Yeah, even Malroth can barely scratch those things. You can see he actually woke up next to me. I think it was just kind of a fun little thing the developers decided to do, but anytime you go to sleep and Malroth isn't sleeping, he always prioritizes the bed that's next to you if it's open. Also, you can see with the hammer, you can still keep hammering until you let go of the button. I'm waiting for the other cabbages to grow so that I can get everything on the same growth cycle. Especially since I'm not really doing anything too important right now. As you can see, nobody's got any quests. We just have to get all the cabbages before we can do anything else. Which, hey, gives me plenty of time to work on the farm. And you know what? Screw it. If mostly because I'm just really tired of having my swings slowed. There's all the 15. And I'm being talked to through a scarecrow. I kind of wonder what the other islands did when the cabbages stopped coming. I get the distinct feeling the answer was starve. Well, its leaves definitely look a lot better than they did a second ago. Rosie, you're talking to Bonzo, not the pastor. That's a good way of putting it, yes. Now we actually have a quest we can do. We're absolutely positively gonna do that, but before we're gonna do that, I want to finish leveling this area out. I'll leave raising the area until we come back. But I find it really important to basically have the confines of your base finished before you get too far in. Otherwise, you might not place your buildings correctly with the space you've got, and that can lead to problems a little later. You like wheat a lot, don't you? I personally prefer rice, because since it's considered a higher category of wheat, you get more food back when you eat anything made with rice. But rice is one of the things that came with the Hodo Stuff Pack DLC, and you don't get access to rice until you finish Chapter 1. I think. I think rice unlocks after Chapter 1. The weird thing about the Hodo Stuff Pack is that it also introduced buckwheat, which is considered a level 2 breading. Which means it's directly inferior to rice. So I don't really understand why they did that. Because rice isn't harder to grow than buckwheat is. In fact, I would consider it easier to grow than buckwheat is. So why would you ever grow buckwheat when you could grow rice, since they only do the exact same thing? There's nothing that you can't use rice in that you would need to use buckwheat in. My only guess is because they wanted to make rice 3-star but didn't want to leave out a 2-star. But I would have just made rice a 2-star and then make it do the 3-star stuff or something. I don't know. I've only ever grown buckwheat to just say that I grow every single type of crop. But there really is no point to growing buckwheat at all. Just to check. Stepping out here. Where... Go ahead, we've gone ahead and made that note right there. We can come back to that a little later. Malroth? He got stuck there on the vine for a bit. Also, one thing is that while you can use Malroth running towards you when you step out on a block to count the limits of the base, he will not always break away from you if you're on the very edge block of the base. I don't really know why, but snapping to you from the base and the music cue is the better way to test it. I love the NPCs, but their AI is not really the best. I think I saw someone got stuck on a ladder for like 20 minutes. Also, this is the other reason why I'm pausing to dig. I need more cabbages. Also, farmers really like it when you harvest. So you might have remembered we learned how to cook. You can cook straight cabbages on its own. I'm going to make... I'll make one more bonfire. It's actually a pretty good plan to make like multiple bonfires to cook faster. I'll go back to clearing. I'll wait for that to cook. I really like the fact that cooking noise is so loud. You've seen before that the cabbages restore 10 when I eat them. What about the grilled greens we made from cooking it? Yeah, it's double. If you can, it is always way better to cook what you get than eat anything raw. There are some times where you might not have the materials to do that, or you might not want to run all the way back to your base to do that. But generally, it's good to pre-cook while you're at your base. Just make like 20 bonfires. Set them all up with the food you want to cook. And then go to sleep. I could technically do that now. I could go kill those stupid slugs and get all the oil I need for that many bonfires, but I'm not gonna do that. That said, besides buckwheat, it actually is important to cook... to farm all types of crops, because this game does have recipes. And there are a lot of recipes that require very specific crops to be in them. Some only require a specific level of crops, but some will some will specifically ask for things like cabbages or wheat or some of the other stuff we get. I'm not gonna say what all we get because some of it's actually kind of surprising. Like some of the crops that are in the game I never would have actually guessed would be in the game. Also, certain types of food will give you certain buffs, like it'll increase your capacity for destruction, which will make you do more damage both to enemies and blocks. It'll increase your defense, it'll make you move faster. So having a variety of crops on hand is a really good plan. Slowly managing to level everything up. I feel like I should have book passages or something to read while I'm doing this. Read fan fiction or something while leveling bases. Alright, make me some fan fiction I can read while leveling bases next time. So if I keep jumping while it looks like I'm trying to sprint, it's because I'm used to Animal Crossing, where tapping B was jumping. Or sorry, where holding B was sprinting. Nonsense, your writing's amazing. They would love the fanfiction. Just, you know, keep it PG. I think I might get banned by YouTube if I read anything saucy. I would love to read that fanfiction. That would be amazing. I would love to read Malroth being confused as to how a shopping mall works. I don't know how I miss blocks sometimes. I just kind of do. Malroth has to be told that the plastic donut on the donut store is not actually free eating for anybody who can pull it down. I really should find something to read while doing this. So admittedly, the rhythmic tapping from the hammer is kind of soothing. Oh god, that's right. So the reason I said gratitude is so important is gratitude is the only currency in this world. It's not directly stated to you until after chapter 2, but this world doesn't have gold. It doesn't have any money at all. People don't even know what gold is. This has really got to be somewhere far away. Grab food. And it's almost night, so we'll just go ahead and pop into bed and start the travel tomorrow. Let's see, where is Malroth? He's a little bit late, but you can watch him. You can watch him getting through the door. All right. Go ahead and take all these cabbages. First, I'm gonna eat this so that stops happening. Okay, you have to write this for me now. I'm sorry. I really love that they coded that in. I think the developers totally ship Malroth and the Builder. I'm cooking my food. So one thing to know that's actually really nice is that every item stacks up to 999. That's how far forward I can go. It's here, that's right. Technically still part of the base. I think it evens out best if I just put that there. You missed. There's a reason you don't really want to go too far forward on the front part of the base, but that will only become clear very much later. This looks good. Let's go ahead and fill this in. Also, I love the thought of Malroth just getting indignant because he can't eat the cake. Like, he is just offended there is a cake that physically cannot be eaten. It's like, well, why would you waste materials on it if you can't eat it? And the builder is just desperately trying to explain how displays work to Malroth, and he's just having none of it. It only looks like a cake, it's not a real cake! If Dragon Quest was modern day, I could just imagine Malroth coming up now to Nyx asking what a lie cake is. Nyx is just like, what? He's like, people are saying the cake is a lie, what's a lie cake? And Nyx is just like, oh god, how do I explain video games to Malroth? How do I even start with that one? That is unfortunately all the fencing we're gonna get for a while yet. But I've got at least the important parts set out. I think I actually need to take that one fencing I put by the... Here, yeah. Also, as you can see, you get hungry really fast when you're actually working. These are mostly done. I'm gonna go ahead and wait for them to finish so I can pop in the new ones. The builder eats like a Saiyan's what the builder does. Mean to eat that, but sure. Here. Here's where edge of is. That would be there. Okay. You confusing Malroth again. Are we going or are we not going? What if the Saiyans were actually builders before Frieza corrupted them? Okay. Let's go ahead and see about this wheat now. I believe after we get the wheat, we will actually get the ability to... Malroth? Malroth! I think he's stuck on something. There we go. The good news is if Malroth gets stuck on the base and can't quite move, if you move far enough away, he'll despawn the base and respawn just behind you. So you can actually talk to anything that has a question mark above its head. Aren't you a monster? Different types of monsters on this, I guess. That's partially true. Most of the monsters that give us hints are going to be fat rats. So welcome to another thing that the game has. It has little puzzles and these little shrines here. And generally the puzzle is to get one side to match the other. That's like 90% of the puzzles anyway. Now, there's various ways you can do this. In this case, it's actually very simple. Pick this up, the water flows down, you win. These are actually really good to do, because these give you a staple of Dragon Quest when you finish one of these. Mini-medals! Mini-medals in this game you trade to the Hoary Hermit, and he will give you things for them. Like, for instance, there is a bunny outfit in this game. But you have to get enough mini-medals to get the bunny ears from the hermit. Also, you see what I mean when I said the monster tracks on the builder. So here's generally why I don't find medicinal herbs that useful. You have to kill chimeras to get medicinal leaves. And the chimera does not guarantee dropping one. It's just a chance to drop one. It's a high chance, but with it not being guaranteed, it can be kind of annoying. There is another way to get access to them, which is also not guaranteed, and also somewhat slow. I personally prefer that way, though. It's a lot easier to do. I want 12, so I can make another couple of bonfires when I get back. Perfect. Come on, Malroth, move your legs! The breath meter here is one of those things that will expand when we level up. Thankfully. Also, I guess that's a granary? I'm not actually sure what that is. Or was, I guess. I'm absolutely gonna do that, Malroth, but first I want these fence posts. It looked like from the front you could actually get to the very top of it, but I've never managed to do that. inventory is unfortunately almost full. Ah! Ow. Thankfully, there are not very many status effects in this game. Mostly fill up so I can stop worrying about that. There are some, but there aren't very many, so you don't have to worry too much about it. There's no burning status effect. Here's this really decrepit old place. Malroth's breaking stuff. Seemed to be anything down here on the first floor. Oh, fell off. Wasn't anything under the stairs, I glanced. There are vines to get up here. There's a way out here. I don't see a way further up. Stairs are broken. You could just... This is a good time to mention, the game does the obvious. You can literally build your way up anywhere you want to go. If you have enough, you can literally just build a one square tower underneath you the whole time through. Check out behind the building? I will do that. I don't think I've ever checked behind the building. I don't know how a cypress stick is a totally sick weapon, but hey. Well, same as with Malroth, you just stand next to an NPC and press X to hand them something. Not all NPCs will actually accept weapons. So if you're right next to them and the X prompt doesn't show up, they're not the type that will accept a weapon. Only NPCs that fight will accept weapons. What village? This is a... Brittany, this is a tower. So these things are actually my best friend for monsters. Also, sorry, she didn't give her name yet. Because those things die in one hit and they drop wheat seeds a lot. Do anything else, I'm going to see how about getting higher. The monsters ain't going nowhere. Get up any further this. Woo, I almost fell off. That way looks proper. Get up here. That's why there's a lot of them, by the way, because, like I said, they die in one hit. Actually... No, I was gonna try to run up here to high-five me. No, just the nod. Oh, I learned something. Ah, yes. Most of the weapons you learn... Oh, he just teleported up here, okay. Most of the weapons you learn come from leveling up, same with gear. Not all of it, but most of it in my, memory. Sorry for teleporting you up here, Malroth. Doesn't actually seem to be any reason to get up here. It doesn't look like there's actually anything up here. I think that the ladders there are actually meant to be windmill. Malroth is just kind of stuck up here. Okay, let's try to go back down. Not quite that fast. Okay. That's better. We're not dead. I'm gonna go help Brittany, I think, before I actually start poking around. Okay, they don't quite die in one hit yet. They will want to upgrade to the stone sword. Should be all of them. High five! And yep, you can get gratitude from anybody. It's just kind of a builder thing that you can see and pick it up. Their high fives are the cutest thing! I mean, I kind of give you a pass for forgetting, considering we were being swarmed by ants at the time. I don't know what she does if you don't have room for the wheat seeds when you talk to her. I think she tells you to make room and she won't go. Alright, so let's check behind here and see what Pi was hinting at me to look for. Nothing directly behind it, but there's a cave over here. There's something in here? I do indeed see something in here. Lots of ants! That's not the right button. So what you can do when you're holding on to something you don't need is you can actually use discard and you'll throw it out. This is one of the hidden items of the game. Oh hey, Shu Sui, I think it was. Thanks for the follow. Hidden items are star items, so you only get one naturally occurring, but when you pick them up, you learn the recipe to make them. Signposts are really useful because you can write your own message on signposts. They can only be short, but you can't write the message. Hello! How are you today? Are they required for certain rooms? I didn't realize signs were a required item for certain rooms. I learned something new. Let's get Brittany home. I'm gonna be really happy when this breath bar expands. And Rosie woke up to come greet us. In fact, everybody did. You think I was kidding when I said people weren't even, like, farming things to eat? I'm not sure what in the world people were actually eating to not die. Here it is. Here's what we want. This is why Rosie is one of the best characters in the game. she gave us a bag. You're like, okay, a bag is useful, we're running out of inventory items, but how useful could it really be? Why would that make Rosie one of the best characters? Well, when she says you'll never need to worry about leaving anything behind again, she's not kidding. I will show you once I'm free from the cutscene. Yeah, that gives you a preview of it, but if you press up on the pad, you'll come to the bag and look at this. 7 tabs! Look how big these things are! I have never played a game that gives you so much space! And the bag is considered on your person so you can craft from it, so you can just shove all of your crafting materials in the bag. I'm glad to hear it! I don't really know why my voice just cracked there, but I'm glad you're okay. Go ahead and... That's weak. Probably didn't need to knock down quite that many cabbages, but eh. I'll just... plant them. I don't know why they said if you don't have room, because you get exactly as many of these as you have spaces. And I don't think monsters drop them yet. More games need to give you that much space. Especially building games like this where you can't craft from any kind of storage. Come on, Malroth, time for bed. Here we go. Also, I kind of left Brittany just sort of sitting here overnight. Whoops, sorry. Ghost is just mad nobody will come out and let it, reap it. So as Brittany points out, she's a soldier. Any of the NPCs with this garb are soldiers, and they are incredibly useful because they are very strong. Yeah, Perry's not the only one who gets, intimidated by the pastor here. Brittany. Also, why everybody keeps coming down into this ravine, I don't know. Would this be considered a ravine? I keep calling it a trench, but I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't get why everyone's standing in this thing. It seems gross. So here's how we make more soil. It's also kind of gross, but oh well. So before we do that, I've actually got enough of everything. So I'm gonna briefly fix the field here. You don't actually need anything planted for the next part, I don't believe. What I'm going to do is I'm going to stick the blockage back really quickly. so that I can drop all this down a level. This is one nice thing about the game, is that once you have satisfied the requirements for a quest, you can completely take down what you made for the quest. So at worst, if it's something you don't want to keep, just make it in some corner, wait for the quest to complete, and then just destroy it. Okay. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to outline that down here on the ground. If I just knock the top part off, that should be fine. Go ahead and get rid of this. Then that part probably needs to... No, that should be fine. Rid of this, and this. This. Make Pie sick because I keep swinging the camera around. Rid of that. And that should bring this down on level with everything else. Let's test it and see. Yeah, that's perfect. We have our little watering hole here, and we have a lot of space for the fields now. Move the house over there when I get back. Really quick, I want to set up the outside wall here. Put myself right against the fence, that should make it a little bit better. Yeah, it's not really great, unfortunately. But there's also not really anything we can do about it. That's the marker, so that stays put. Go ahead and shore up this wall. Malroth gets smacked in the back of the head with a snot bubble. I'm not really sure what it is. I think it's mucus, maybe. It's not much better. That's Brittany running out to help Malroth pick a fight. I'll just put that there. Oh, that's where that ends. Let's go ahead and at least get this side of the base fully hammered out. Yeah, I believe this was the right angle. Yeah, I can see the fence posts up ahead. Alright. Go ahead and get rid of these pieces as well. That'll be the south side. Place that up. I do wish Malroth would stick on things that were attacking him more, but I understand why he doesn't. They don't want you to leave him behind because he stopped to fight something. So he tends to kind of ignore things most of the time if you're not there reinforcing it. It would be nice if you had a way to give him commands. Like you could latch him to a monster to kill it, so that he would keep it busy while you were trying to build. But maybe that was too hard. Malroth just didn't really answer to commands that easily. I know that was a major flaw in Star Fox Adventures. Which, if you don't know that story, part of the reason it turned out so terrible is because a lot of the budget... Excuse me. It's because a lot of the budget and time was wasted on trying to program Tricky. And he was extremely difficult to program. So instead of doing things like making a good story, keeping Crystal a protagonist, writing Fox like something other than a juicy Chad, making things make sense, making the R-Wing section in a Star Fox game fun, they instead programmed giving very shallow commands to a dinosaur partner who is completely unusable in a good half of the game. So, you know, way to go, guys. Good prioritization of your time and effort. My favorite part was when I was when I was watching the Straw Hat Nose Let's Play of it. I think it was Jacob said that he had the best solution for the tricky problems, and he just, like, flashed a delete button. And honestly, I kinda gotta agree, because Tricky wasn't even a fun addition to the game. Like, the little commands are fun for a few minutes, and then they just get really annoying and old, because excuse me. Because you have to micromanage Tricky's food. You have to micromanage what Tricky is doing. If you're trying to do anything while he's around food, he'll get distracted by the hopping mushrooms, and you have to pull him away from that. And like I said, you can't even use him for fully 2 levels in the game. It's not even... You can't use him for any part of the Krazoa Palace, I believe. So that's a good hunk of the game because you keep going back there. You can't use him for the Cloudrunner Fortress or the final island, so that's fully 2 of the 4 major stages. Yeah, pretty much. Like, the thing is that everything you use Tricky for, you could have just replaced with not having the obstacle there. And, like, I know that that kind of sounds like, well, you could say that about any tool, and technically, yeah, But the thing is that the reason why it's okay with tools is because the mechanic normally adds something to the game. So for instance, Animal Crossing requiring a tool to get across rivers makes you slowly discover and open up areas as you go. But with Tricky, all he did was dig holes for you to crawl through, melt ice, and dig holes to find items. And all those were things like, you could have very easily just replaced him with a shovel, or with removing those mechanics from the game. And that would have been okay if Tricky was a likable character. Then you were like, well, technically, yeah, you could replace him with this, but the game would have less charm and fun if you didn't have Tricky. But nobody says that. Nobody says the game is better because Tricky is in it. Tricky is not liked, and there's a reason Tricky is not liked. Honestly, it makes me think of Red Dead Redemption 2, actually. Now, I fully agree with the way Red Dead Redemption 2 was developed. It was developed under crunch, and crunch is always bad because it causes physical harm to real people. But, like, one of the things they did in Red Dead Redemption 2 was, and if you haven't heard of this, I somewhat envy you. The horse's testicles would shrink and enlarge in real time depending on the temperature. And this was a thing they actually put effort and money into doing. And I think it was Jim Sterling who coined the term, or if he didn't coin the term, probably didn't coin the term, I think it's much older than that, but he was the one I heard it from. It was something like, detail for obsessive sake. When you obsess and make the details so detailed, you never stop to think, does making it this detailed actually make the game more fun? Does it add anything to the game to do this? And most of the time, like with the horse balls, it really didn't. No, the term he coined was obsession to detail, which he paired with attention to detail. And that was when you would get so focused on detail, you would be absolutely obsessed with it, to the exclusion of attempting to make a good game. And Red Dead Redemption was a lot of that. Red Dead Redemption 2 was a lot of that. Because a lot of its mechanics were realistic and detailed, but they weren't fun. Like, if you ever actually want to see developers obsessing with detail and realism to such a level that they actually make the game worse to play, look up Red Dead Redemption 2's hunting mechanic. I think the hunting mechanic shows it best. This should be perfect for the wall. Did you look up the hunting mechanic? Did you see how utterly ridiculous the hunting mechanic is? The hunting mechanic is one reason why I don't play Red Dead Redemption 2. Is hunting was one of my favorite things to do in 1, and they just completely ruined it in 2, so it's like, eh. Obsession with detail, man. Alright. I've actually got the base fully leveled and mapped out now, which is good. And that means we can finally move on. Also means I will not need to go into tangents about other video games anymore because we no longer have long times of me just holding down a button. So admittedly, this is a building game, so if you're watching this, you probably know what you got into. It's not even anywhere near half as much leveling as you have to do in, like, Minecraft. Also, this is a Navi Globe, and it is one of the best features in this game. As Mr. Fatty Rat here tells us, this lets us quick travel. Whenever you enter a new area, you will always have a quick travel spot at the dock to begin with. When you get to your town for the first time, you will have a quick travel spot at the town. And then every other spot is when you touch a Navi Globe like this. Now we can warp back here whenever we want. Uh-oh, that doesn't sound good. I do appreciate that the hint system is very unobtrusive. Okay, go away so I can see the mini-map, please. The hint system is fairly non-intrusive once you get past the first couple times you see it. Because they literally just have somebody stand there with a question mark and you can choose not to talk to them if you already know what they're going to say. Here's one of the stat effects that there actually are. Also, these monsters are known as Drakes. It's the name of this specific one and also the overall name of the species. They drop cabbage seeds. The iron ants from before drop wheat seeds. The only way to get more seeds is through drops. The quest seeds are all one-shots. Also, don't cook everything. Keep some crops on you. Because there are actually some side quests that'll request just the basic crops. And you don't want to have to warp all the way back to your base just to get them. Also, yeah, the monkeys are bad boons, and I'm not sure what the other two are. I think the skeleton is just a skeleton. How would you destroy dirt? Purging... What? Yeah, I don't like imps because they do the little th slur, and it makes reading their text really hard sometimes. You'd think you could just easily replace S where they say TH, but it's not always easy to mentally do that. Should we side with the monsters or the monster? I mean, I'm pretty hard against the Children of Hargon here, Malroth, so I think we've had our decision. Also, it's really hard to take some threat seriously when the dude is lisping like his tongue is in a vice. Also, be careful with the imps, because that little area they drop will still affect you if you walk into it. One thing I don't really like is that critical hits from you... Whoa. There you can see Malroth fell asleep. Critical hits from you rumble the controller exactly the same as getting hit by a monster. So it can be a little hard to tell if you dodge getting hit or if you got a critical hit. Also, skeletons drop bones. I literally don't need bones for anything right now, so I'm not going to hold on to any of them. Also, I think the worm is Cockney. I'm not totally sure. I don't need the corpses of my enemies! I know Malroth is disappointed in me, but I don't care! Honestly, the main reason is just you literally don't need bones for anything until like 3/4 of the way through the game, maybe even 4/5. And they aren't decoration I like, so they're literally worthless. I think Malroth has got us covered on that front. Also, Wormy is following us, he just goes underground. Or Wrigley? I missed what his name was. Okay, Bakura. Oh yeah, I can actually show that off. First I want to show something else off. You see that dude right up in the distance there? Monsters you can see from afar like that are boss monsters, and you get something special if you kill them. So I'm gonna try to provoke Malroth into doing just that. He's got a lot of health though, as you can see. I probably should have gotten a stone sword. And that's why you want to be really careful when you're fighting. Lots of pain and all of it for you. Like I said, thankfully the really big attacks like that are telegraphed. Also, as you can see, Malroth is barely taking any damage from this dude. And he's pretty much healing it faster than he's taking it. This is why when something hurts Malroth, it's a thing to be feared. Also, you can see that they turn with the builder until the very last second. That's other reason it's really hard to dodge attacks if you're not careful. Oh, whoa, whoa! That should have hit me. By all rights, that should have hit me. That's also why it's good to fight near a cliff like this. Because the majority of attacks are only on the same level that the monster is on. So if you drop a level, they can't actually hit you. Oh, Malroth's in the yellow, that's not great. Fortunately, I stupidly forgot to bring any... medicinal herbs, that was what I was looking for. We might need to abort this. Yep, abort, abort, we're leaving. That's enough of that. We'll come back later when we're better equipped. So I can just show off the teleporting. Like I said, you can just straight warp to your base. I am in pain! Y'all will excuse me, I need to lay down for a little bit. Malroth is just gonna walk around. Malroth is a big believer of walk it off when it comes to his own wounds. Thankfully, I'm pretty sure NPCs actually heal rapidly while in the base. At least decently. I'm gonna go make those medicinal herbs before I forget. Because they might save me and Malroth some pain a little later. I'm going to kill that thing if it kills me. Also, one thing on that is, if you actually do get knocked out, Malroth carries you back to the base. You don't actually see it, as far as I'm aware. Like I've said, I've actually never gotten knocked out in this game. But from what NPCs will tell you if you talk to them, Malroth actually picks you up and carries you back to base. And he apparently looked so worried when he did. You were trying to threaten me, innit? Well, it's working! I probably maimed that line, but... I think I'm gonna wait until I can get a piece of armor before we go after that orc. Generally, you want to kill bosses as soon as possible because they have, a lot of them have gear recipes. But if you can't do it, you can't really do it. Apparently we're really popular with monsters. I know that there's a few recipes that I find just worthless because by the time you can kill the boss, you've got better. Wriggly the Wiggly. Also, we'll see bodkins a little later. They're basically goblin archers. They're kind of weird looking. Wriggly is weirdly adorable, yeah. Maybe I actually need to harvest wheat before I can do anything else. I'm gonna go ahead and put the dirt back. Oh. So, monster attacks! These actually happen fairly often. And this is the reason for building the base like I did. Because if you have fences to get in, or if you have fences to keep things out, but one spot that's open they can get into, they will always beeline the open spot. They would much rather go through an open spot than go through the wall, though some monsters can destroy bricks. So I generally like to do it like this, set up one opening so the monsters will always go for the opening. Set it the direction monsters tend to spawn from. It's generally obvious what direction that is, but not always. It really depends on if you know what you're looking for. But once you actually have your opening in, you can make traps. We don't really have much we can use for traps right now, but there is going to be something we can get if we think a little creatively. Going to... You can put torches right on top of fences, which I always found really cool. Only a single fence. Let's borrow an edge here so we can pop this on. There's not really much of a reason to do this. I just like doing it because It looks good. But having things lit from a distance can also help because you can see where you're supposed to go. It looks good and it's fun, basically, yeah. There we go, we got some more fencing down. Let's go ahead and make me and Brittany some swords. It's a building game. It looks good is literally the reason the game exists. Of course, good is subjective. Some people think an evil fortress with skulls everywhere looks good, and they're valid for thinking so. This is very, very good advice. Every time you learn a new weapon, do what you can to make one copy for you and for everybody who can wield a weapon. Because any fighters in the base will rush out when the monster wave comes to try and kill the wave. So if you keep them well equipped, they will basically be able to handle a lot of it on their own. Man, Dr. Willy would have a field day with some of the stuff this game gives you. Interesting. So I was slightly wrong. Apparently they do know of the Master of Destruction, but nobody knows what his name actually is. Also, the Children of Nyx would be kind of a cute guild name. I don't know, I think Hargon's a bit too busy being dead there, Brittany. I mean, to be fair, this is a JRPG, and that hasn't really stopped people in JRPGs before. But I think we're probably okay. I'm a mommy to adult children, in fact, which is probably the only type of mommy I would ever realistically be. I can just pop the scarecrow right here. Ah, so that's why I actually picked up the scarecrow, so he didn't give me the quest. I forgot about that. Whoops. Yeah, exactly as Wrigley says here. When you put a scarecrow down, he'll convert all of the ground around the scarecrow into earth. He can only convert certain blocks. Like stone types of blocks he can't convert, but any kind of actual, like, dirt-based blocks he can convert. So I think he can convert sand. I know he can convert spoiled soil because you saw it here. I'm pretty sure there's others, but I don't remember them. I thought he could. Maybe it's only like spoiled soil he can convert to earth. I guess that does make sense. I know he can convert grassy ground to earth as well. Also, don't be so mean, Malroth. gonna be making another scarecrow and plonking it down everywhere, just so you know. I don't have what I need to actually make proper fields just yet, but once I do, oh, the fun we will have. Oh, I remember what you're talking about. Also, yeah, as you saw there, if it's raining, it'll water the fields. Don't you worry, Rosie, I will absolutely do that. I don't want to really start rearranging... There, you can see Malroth running into sleep by us. I don't want to start rearranging the house or the fields until I can actually properly make the fields. So we'll just, let them do what they want while we run towards the farm. Come on, Malroth! You had a nap, time to go. Also, one random thing I don't really like is that you can't feed Malroth in this game. I know it's a minor thing, but I feel really bad because I always feel like he's just starving half the time and nobody's actually giving him any food. Alright, so that. See right there how there's little hammers? Those are side quests. And in fact, I think one of those I can't quite do yet because I don't have the wheat for it. But I believe we're actually just now about to get what I need for the fields. Yes, we are. So we very carefully navigate our way down and break both my legs while we do so. I have just enough cabbages for that trade. I hope you realize I'm just imagining Malroth with one of those like little baby bundles on his back, except adult size. Then he just sits me in it and I peer over his head while driving him around. I'm actually gonna say right now, I find rats adorable. Rats and mice are really, really cute to me. Also, here's some tips he's giving us. I usually prefer the block tower way, but if you need to go up and down somewhere regularly, it's a good plan to make a staircase. Or if you're in a case like this where a wall is already there, just pop it down and use less resources that way. Also, this is good. Seeds of Life. Increase your maximum HP. Also, don't be fooled, you can't actually store things in golden chests. It can store treasures, but once the treasure is out, it's completely decoration, and I'm really irritated by that. Golden chests are lies. Apparently I could do both these side quests. I must be thinking of something else. I think it's the next area I need to go to that will require me to have wheat. And I'm gonna get the field set up before I do anything else, so... Also, he's not kidding. Whenever you're running around, it really pays to basically put your nose everywhere you can find. Because you can find some really shiny things. Go ahead and keep that. Let's talk to you, sir. To talk to him, not open the gate. Also, you're swinging your hoe against that pretty ineffectually. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's not. He's kind of dead. Sure, of course. I will never do that. That's just silly talk. Why would I ever do something like that? I mean, it would be like I'd be some kind of builder if I did, you know? Also, it kind of both amuses and unnerves me that apparently doing stuff like this is a compulsion. Also, how is tilling Earth creation? Also, this guy sounds like one of those new parents who tells their kid not to do something, and the kid, of course, goes and specifically does it because they were told not to. Easy way to do this would be to pick all these up. I'm gonna take these as well. I think this place is gonna need it, right? You know, I kind of wonder if that's the case. He's being so very specific about it. Now we can make them ourselves, along with the gate. And because of that you just saw there, that's how we're going to be organizing the fields. When you put a scarecrow in a fence-enclosed area, the entire fence-enclosed area will be the field. You can shape them any way you want that way. You can also make them bigger or smaller. They are still part of the room limit, though. They only have to be 1 block high, fields do. But you do have to use fencing somewhere in the field and a gate to make it count. And Malroth apparently just press gang someone into our service. Like, literally, apparently. Good lord, Malroth! Tommy... I really love these weird nicknames he comes up with. Tommy Tills a lot. Also, don't worry, dude. Once you're on our side, Malroth ain't gonna hurt ya. In fact, once you join our side, Malroth will violently massacre anything that hurts you. He's kind of protective over people that way. Also, as you can see there by Clayton running up to punch the Drakes, he's another combatant. Not all combatants are soldiers. I'm actually not really sure how it determines who's a combatant for generic NPCs, because you can recruit generic NPCs in this game. But actual, like, named NPCs like this, basically whether they're combat or not is determined entirely by the character themselves. I'm going to take Scarecrow back. I'm gonna go ahead and guard these. There's really no reason to keep weapons you don't want, or you've outgrown. Because no weapon goes into another weapon to be built. All weapons are built straight from materials. Hey, they finished, tilling it for us. Which I feel kind of bad about because I'm going to break that entire field up. Well, I don't really have to. Yeah, so if you're actually going to make fenced-in fields, keep in mind what Rosie says here. You're going to need to make 5 fields. Interesting. The pastor gave us some gratitude as well. Kinda weird for children of Hargon to do that. Also, Malroth might be ignorant, but he ain't stupid. So now we just need to get wheat. And I don't believe that there will be any more quests until we get wheat. I could be wrong. Yes, yes, Clayton. I'm sure you're very broken up about it. Also, you don't have to worry about gratitude. It will never vanish. Oh, trust me, it's not. That is precisely what I plan to do, in fact. Oh, we do have another quest. Ah, this is to level the base to level 2. Yeah, like you said, if you strike the Builder's Bell with your hammer or your weapon, you'll just gather up all of the gratitude at once. Okay. Alright, all of those are one item per, so I'll just build them from the menu when I need it. Also, I've already talked about size. Also, I'm pretty sure the recipe was handed down the generations, not the worm food. So considering what goes into the worm food, I wouldn't be shocked if that specifically was handed down the generations. I'm actually going to use one to completely get rid of that field so that I can properly shape them. But worm food is actually the best way to convert stuff, because he will only convert scarecrow stuff to the size of the field, but worm food is much, much bigger. First, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of these. Because just like with the fields, he can't turn anything that's not dirt-based. So wooden stuff is right out. If it was really that easy, come to think of it, I wouldn't have been complaining about the link to the chapters last time. Chapters? What I'm gonna do is we're gonna put this right here. You can see the edge is where the fence is. You do that. He eats the food. And then converts the whole area into grass. It's 9 3x3 squares is how big this is. So it's 9 patches of 9, basically. And he goes really deep down. I think he goes 3 squares down? I could be wrong. But I'm pretty sure he goes 3 squares down. I'm going to pick this up first. They don't immediately retail this. Oh no, it is about the same size as the scarecrow. But this really is in the way. Oh, pardon me, he actually won't touch tilled fields. Forgot about that. Flowers are actually really lovely in this game. Flowers tend to be really lovely in a lot of games, but for some reason I'm just really fond of the flowers in this game specifically. I do think he'll turn normal earth into grass, but villagers will actually, or farmers will actually till grass. So you don't really have to worry too much about that. Alright. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of... This is where the fence needs to go. I'm gonna go ahead and make a bunch more fences before I start work on this. I can technically make 530 with what I've got, but let's start with 250. Also, when you make a large quantity of something, the builder will do their little hammer animation twice. I've never seen them do it more than twice, though. You know, I'm gonna stand back and let Malroth and Brittany handle this, because there's nothing they can actually hurt right now. Ooh, Bonzo and Clayton also fight. I should make them some swords. Also, here you can see what I mean when I say that if you keep people equipped, they will handle the waves on their own. They absolutely do not need my help. I would make everybody swords, but most people are too cowardly to use the swords. Five, six. Go ahead and completely break all these so that I don't have to keep Earth. Apparently there was more tilled Earth under the place. Also, this is the one thing with Wrigley, when you do the Scarecrow version, he will only till... He will only till, the top layer. That doesn't really matter, mechanically, but it's always bothered me. Did I say he did? Whoops. Sorry, he only converts the top layer. He doesn't tend to convert the bottom layer. At least it didn't seem so from... Or maybe he does convert the bottom layer. I think that, actually, that one square of non-converted was where I already had tilled Earth, so of course he didn't, or not tilled Earth, we already had converted Earth, so he didn't touch it. Shows you how long it's been since I've played this game. 1, 2, 9, 10, 15. Here, should split that down the middle. Maybe, I don't really know. No, actually, it's a little late. I think I'll leave the building intact. He did convert everything that was directly underneath it, though. Except for the one spot where I already had the dirt that I put down, so that's why I don't really know. Up. I just like having roads between my fields, so. This is actually to the outside. This will get the full stack, but the rest don't need it. Let's see. This should be big enough if I recall for my purposes. Because you don't need, like, full Scarecrow fields. You can do it, but I remember it being a lot... There was a lot of wasted space. Especially with the fact you don't really get that many seeds to fully sustain such a huge field. Let's go ahead and finish fencing in farm. Thankfully, since Wrigley can convert stuff under the fences, I'm going to fully convert the entire thing to green grass before we go. Mostly because I can. And because really, who wants to live on a dirty slime pot like this? Who would actually enjoy that? Also, as you can probably guess, the fencing and stuff won't keep out the ghost monsters. They just teleport in. Probably gonna need more than this, but I wanted to at least start with this. I don't like building much more than I need. Which, of course, I immediately did. Whoops. Well, I can still use these for the actual fencing. Okay, bedtime. Come on, Malroth! Time for bed! I honestly do feel like this is probably big enough. I'm gonna go ahead and try to make the 5 fields around here, because this entire corner is going to be the fields. So if I end up having more space and I can expand them, I mean, I might as well. Are you thinking of the skill I get, I think, at level 5? I'm pretty sure it's level 5. That would make this a lot easier, yes. Oh, I know what you're talking about. God, how I wish I had that. That would make this far, far more easier. But that is unfortunately a long, long ways away. Do you remember I mentioned that the Hairy Hermit gives you items for mini medals? Well, some of the items he gives you are tools. Really good tools. Fortunately, I forgot to pull up a list of where all of the shrine locations are. Which I really should have done, so I would know where I actually needed to go. But oh well, maybe I'll make that a bonus a little later, just coming back here and getting all the shrines we missed. If you notice me getting close to one, go ahead and let me know. Otherwise, not yet. We can't do anything with the mini medals until we get back anyway. And now we'll just quickly put all this roady mud back in place. Actually, I'm going to need to make these longer, considering what my plan for these fields are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, not counting the wall. 1, 2, 6, 7, not counting the wall or the middle. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10. Excuse you! I'm busy here! I ain't got time for your nonsense. Yeah, if only. They had 4 people to fight. It didn't need to come over to pick on me. I was busy. Malroth, please don't walk in the trenches I'm trying to fill. I know you're exploratory, honey, but don't be that exploratory. Let's put 3. If I do gates, not gates, if I do passages to walk, that makes this part really small. Good. I think that's really as big as it needs to be. For what's going to go here. I think it would still technically be smaller. Come on. Did this. That would be too big. That's more than I need. This is for the water one. Also, spoilers, man! Telling people we're getting paddy crops. You know what? I think this is probably going to equal the same amount of space that this is. I want to do that. More fencing. I did not, in fact, waste any fencing. Makes me happy. Yeah, that probably should be fairly equal. How did I... Okay. Ooh, this isn't gonna work. I... break this. And... put another layer here. That will work. Hmm. I have to basically layer the fence. 3-fold in the middle. Make this work right. The irritation? Well, space is not really the problem. This is about how I want it, how big I want it, with 1 row on each side and then 2 in the middle. I had a thought for what I can do, though. You can do it like this. And then this middle way just becomes a walkway. You can get to the back here. There's not really a reason to get back there, but it looks nicer. 1, 3, 4, 6. 1, 2. There is technically a way that I could have done this to make that work, but I don't actually like how doing it that way works. Or sorry, doing it that way looks. So I prefer doing it this way even if it's technically less effective. There's gonna be a lot of that with me playing the game, as I'm going to go for something that's technically not as effective because I think it looks better. If you're bothered by that, be warned. Going to out this corner, put down this, and put the scarecrow in. See, the scarecrow fully fills in the field here. Same for this corner. That one. I'm definitely gonna have to drop a couple of worm foods in between here, though. Oh, you know what? You know what? I like that plan. Whoops! I accidentally stopped to talk to Wormy while he was in the middle, or Wiggly while he was in the middle of, working. Sorry there, Wigmeister. Bro can go there. You can talk to everybody, they just don't usually have anything interesting to say. At least in my experience, they don't. So I generally don't bother talking to them. That there, and then go there. I might not have needed to indent it that far, but I think that actually looks pretty cool. Alright. So there's 2 of the fields done, and I'm gonna sleep before a monster gets me. And you can see Malroth run to flop on the bed beside me. So I'm gonna show you a neat thing about fences. So let's say I dig out this spot here. Because as Pi said, we are going to get a patty crop. So we're going to need a patty for it. You're thinking, okay, well you have to put the scarecrow on the ground. Because the fences... But that's not actually the case. Remember what I said, that things can still work if they're above the ground, if they're within the 2 tile blocks? When I pop the scarecrow there, this entire section will become field. I'm gonna go make 3 more scarecrows before I do anything else. Put all this extra stuff away. Rows 2, 3. If I pop the scarecrow up here, this entire little section becomes a field. You can see Wormy's already digging it up, and then they will till in it as well. The only difference is that he will actually hit the walls the fences are on because it's lower. You can see he didn't do that for these fences. Okay. Need to make more fencing as well. Scarf down some food first. I think 20 should do it. Didn't need much more than that. Okay. What is it far back on that end? Far back is the left one, which would be the right one here. So we'll let this one be the far back one. I believe we'll put this here from the way I set it up. Yeah, here. Or the other scarecrow. I wanted to do... It's a little annoying to try to control your hammer sometimes. Actually put away the floorboards I needed. Whoops. Now it is... Once I get this up, it'll be just a matter of waiting for them to fill all the soil so I can plant all of... things we need. Seeds. Seeds is the word I was looking for. While they're doing that, once I got this settled, I'll rebuild the house so people aren't sleeping on dirty, filthy dirt at night. They'd probably appreciate that. Use you, Malroth. Scarecrow number 3 goes there. Burrow ourselves through this side. Which gives us the last field. The last bit of fencing in. The last scarecrow in. Now all 5 fields are done and ready to go. I've actually never seen Lion King 1.5. So I'm not sure what digging song you mean. Okay, first let's make a barn. He said he wanted a small one, I believe. Could count as small, I think. Gotta wait for it to actually register a room. Did he say tiny or small? Clayton, come here. Small. Also, yeah. Yeah, see, Wrigley, he purified this part of the floor, but he didn't purify this part down here? And yet over here, he purified the whole row. You confuse me, Worm Man. You confuse me deeply. This needs to be a little bit bigger. This qualify? Yes. I can make it a touch. I think I will do. Sometimes residents will specifically ask for certain sizes, and as long as you're within that size, it doesn't matter where in the range in that size you are. So considering what I know is going to go in here, I think I'm going to go for this if it works. Perfect. So let's replace the floor, because nobody wants their barn on Gucky Gucky floor. I think Malroth and Brittany are trying to talk. But they're standing exactly where I'm trying to build. There, a nice little barn. Just need to make everything for it now. We are going to need some wheat for that. But I can start by putting the other stuff in it. Nonsense. Malroth only loves me, and you know that. He better only love me. We might have an issue. That was a bit more psychotic than I intended it to sound. Apparently I have become a yandere. Oh, I thought I could place a rope on top of that, I guess. We're gonna become Sonic and Amy? Oh no! I don't want to be Amy. Nobody wants to be Amy. It's a lie, you totally will, but that's okay. Because I like you guys. I don't want you to have to go hungry. So for a very specific reason, I need to get rid of all of the spoiled dirt in this specific section. That all looks like good dirt, that all looks like good dirt. They're tilling the wrong thing! Have it, guys. You have 4 other fields to till! Why are you right here? I got it. Yeah. Okay, did I remove all the spoiled dirt that was touching these rows? One over here. There. Actually, I don't think it ever gets directly told to you. But, the spoiled dirt is why the water is so muddy. That being said, I actually don't know why I bothered doing this. I think I just immediately lapsed into a habit I'm used to from later chapters in the Isle of Awakening. Because as they've been showing, muddy water is perfectly viable for watering things. I don't know why I did this. But now that I did that, I'm going to do it in all of the fields, just stay consistent. Except for the patty one. The patty one's kind of special anyway. This is much, much easier to do with the tool we get from the mini-metals. Which is why I'm going to kind of prioritize getting that once I can. I don't remember how many you need for it. I think you can actually get it before Chapter 2? Maybe? Probably not. There's around 10 mini-metals per chapter area. And then there's a lot more you can get on the Isle of Awakening, but the Isle of Awakening ones are very specifically locked. It's not! I thought it was. Oh no, it's the... It's the chisel! That's the mini-metal reward. The thing that lets you make slopes. The chisel, I think a couple of upgrades. Actually, no, come to think of it, I don't think any of them are mini-metal rewards. I think they're a reward for something else. It's currently a spoiler. I feel so bad that I'm being so forgetful, but I don't think I've actually played this early in the game for a long time. I'm too used to building in my fully complete game. Now we're gonna build a couple stairs to make that look nice. I think you're absolutely right, honestly. There we go. Alright, so all the fields are done and ready. Once again, we're just gonna sleep the night away, me and Malroth. I put the bed too far away, but that's alright. I believe it would be extremely hard to do, though, and if you did that, you would have to break a lot of your work down. Once you did. When you start building stuff, then you can get beds. Until then, shut up and deal with it. Go ahead and get this stuff planted. They can start growing it. That's because Malroth is build adjacent. He breaks the things to give me the things that I need to build. So if you ever do that, then you can also have beds. But I don't see you scrubs walking out to break trees anytime soon. There's legitimately nothing I can do until they actually tell these. Well, I could technically plant all of them over here, but I don't really want to do that. What are you even doing? Also, you can see where when I call them liars. You know what? For now, I'm just gonna go ahead and build their house. Store everything really quick, so I can easier take stock. What I've got here. That, I'm gonna need that. That'll be all the wood, though. I think they're watering it. First thing I'm gonna do... not gonna make it too big because there's actually not much I can do decor-wise. I'm gonna make me and Malroth a little house. I'm actually gonna need more wood before I can do anything else. Come, Malroth, to breaking trees! Sally doesn't break the small rock left over, but that's okay. I love him anyway. Honestly, I say this with absolutely no hyperbole. I genuinely think Malroth is the best sidekick in games I've played. I don't think I've played a game that's had a sidekick... A sidekick? A sidekick that is anywhere near as likable or as useful as Malroth. And by useful, I mean, like, in the confines of the game. Because if you had a sidekick who constantly healed you, who could give you items, who could do all this kind of stuff for you, then they would factually override him. But I mean, in the confines of the game, Malroth pretty much does everything for you. I do at some point want to play the original Dragon Quest Builders, but the problem with that is that the original Dragon Quest Builders is full price when it's not even half as good as this game is. And I've actually kept my eye out, but I don't think I've ever seen it gone on sale yet. Like, I'm not paying as much as this game for a worse experience. That's not gonna happen. There. It's a small little room, but it's cozy. If I get more stuff I want to put in, I'll expand it a little later. We really only need our own little private snuggle area at the moment. Alright. Let's see, I'm just kinda taking stock of the layout here right now. Alright, I think I know what I want to do. I said I prefer the floorboards as the walls, and then I go and I use softwood as the walls anyway. make sense that the farmer's house would be right next to the barn, wouldn't it? Makes sense to me. Especially since it's not an animal barn, it's a storage barn. I was gonna say, so there's no smells to worry about, but we're probably already all of us are probably nose blind at this point. Considering how bad the corrupted soil stinks, I don't think any of us can smell anything. A barn used for storage? Yeah, that was and still is a foreign concept to me. I have never in my life seen a barn that was not made for animals to go into it. It could be both animals and storage, but barns were always animal places. Anytime I had ever seen them. Let's go make him a door. That's an anvil. I don't make doors on the anvil. Want to pull. Get a chest for our stuff in our home. This here. Might actually have to get involved this time. Because they can kill them, but if they get to the crops, they will actually destroy the crops. Case in point right there. Pieces of crap. Oh, Malroth killed one. Or actually, any of the NPCs killed one. They just sort of... when things just kind of warp into your inventory, an NPC has killed something. Now, there's the start of our big ol' bedroom. By our, I mean there. Because Malroth and I have our own house. Might be small, but it's ours. I'm gonna make another pot. More bonfires for faster cooking. Also, I kind of like how the soldiers like stand in front of doors. I don't think I pointed it out, but Brittany was constantly standing in front of the door of the dormitory at night. Guys, till the fields, please. I know there's a lot of them, but please till them. I'm going to have to just... can't actually move on until wheat is had. I'm just going to have to plant these here for now. Then hope these chuckle fucks get on their game a little later. This is at least all the buildings we need to build right now. I'm just gonna line the fires up here alongside my house. I have more fires than I have house length. There, right now, why not? Oh, y'all won't till, but the moment I planted seeds, you ran to start, watering them. Jerks. Well, those are mostly for cooking, but yeah, kinda is. Oh, it's big, that's why I can't do that. There, you can go there. Oi, hey! Hey, get out of my room! This is the one problem I do have, is that NPCs will just kind of sleep wherever. Even though this was further away from the bigger area. I do think Malroth dumped him in the irrigation system. He really is, isn't he? Go ahead and grab all this cat. Oh, we're one short for finishing what Perry wants. Dang, nabbit. You know what? I have an idea now. There. The perfect signage. One thing you can do is if it's in here and you use delete, it will legitimately delete it from your bag, so it's an easy way to get rid of stuff you don't need. Right now, all we can do is wait, so I'm just gonna take Malroth out to get some more materials. That doesn't give us... Does? Yeah. Honestly, this is the best thing to do when you have to kind of wait on the NPCs. Just go out and gather materials. It might be my imagination, but it feels like they work faster when you're not actually there. Malroth, mighty killer of trees. Oh. So you can see the jump only works so far. That might very well be it. I know if I'm sitting and waiting for something to get done, it feels like it takes an ice age. But if I go do something else and I come back and find it done, it feels like it was actually pretty quick. And really, there's nothing too terribly wrong with it taking a long time. There's no time limits in this game. You can take as long as or short as you please to finish, and the game won't care. I don't think it even tracks days, come to think of it. I mean, I've seen people literally terraform the entirety of chapter islands into something else. But every time I see that somebody has done that, I always just wonder why. Why would you do that to yourself? Why would you come terraform an island you can only go to on single player? Looking a bit better. Things. Also, it is admittedly kind of satisfying to slaughter these things en masse, considering how much trouble they give you when you're trying to build. Little nits. That should be it. Let's go check in on the farm. How's the week coming, boys? Not bad, not bad. This is all water. Do you think you might till something today? Perhaps? Perchance? I think we all know the answer to that. Alright. Oh, are they actually tilling? I thought I saw him do it, but I think I'm missaw. I've had this happen a lot of times before. I will put everything down, I will set it all up for them to work, and they just won't work. I don't really understand how the AI in this game works. It is so finicky sometimes. Okay, good. The wheat is almost ready. I'm just gonna wait for a minute for the rest of these to pop. Because since I planted them all about the same time, it should be any second now. Have you never actually had the problem with them just not working? Because if so, I am deeply envious of you. This is not a new thing. Oh my goodness gracious. I know they will do it eventually. I just don't really have much control over when they decide they're going to do it. So back out into the forest to, well, deforest it. Also, here Malroth demonstrates him being helpful a lot better than he did earlier. I said Malroth is a little weird sometimes on what he latches to actually break and wear. But considering you don't have to tell him, just start gathering materials and he'll help. It's usually really, really helpful, at least to me. It's not quite like having two players do it, but boy if it's not helpful. Alright, let's check on the wheat. There we go, that's what we want to see. Rosie, you're weird. Sheaves of wheat. Let's see if this is enough to make a haystack. It should be plenty. Yeah, it only needs 3. So with this wheat, I am going to show you the best thing at this point in the game. Cook the wheat on its own, and you will get bread. Bread restores 30 hunger, cooks fairly quickly, and you can grow a lot of wheat really fast, especially with how often wheat seeds drop from things like ants. Wheat is basically going to be your salvation for a lot of the game. There we go. Here's a small barn, so Clayton should be happy. Picky little knob. There we go. Yeah, that was the first thing I did. I wanted to make sure I got that done first. Sweet, new convert! I like to think Hargon has better things to do to people than turn them into dogs. Like, I don't know, completely obliterate them? Seeds. Clearly the thing is, Clayton is just tired of being yelled at, and he hopes doing that will make me stop yelling at him. No, that's not what I meant to do. This is generally a good reason to have multiple, cooking stations for yourself, as it's just so much easier to make a stock of food. Don't you remember what I told you before? You walk into these completely empty-handed. You only get your gear, you don't get to bring any food or anything, you gotta fend for yourself. Thankfully, since bread fills you up so much, having a big old stack of wheat bread can do wonders for your food. Alright. We can level it up, so let's do this, because I'm hoping leveling it up will fix our tilling the field problem. I'm pretty sure this is the level that will let me fix the Clayton and Malroth bed problem, but we'll have to see. I believe that capable crop waterers means they'll water faster. Also, this is what I meant by the tilling problem. Every time you level up the base from Furrowfield level 2, you will get more people. In every chapter, every base, you will gain more people every time you level up. This is unfortunately not what I wanted. Not what I wanted to fix the Clayton issue, but the ladder and the wooden grating especially are going to work. Padded floor and straw floor are kind of nice as well. I don't really like how the padded floor looks though, it's just very weird. Maybe these farmers will actually have a work ethic, you lazy losers! Also, it's only now giving the tutorial even though we've seen this a couple times, but the pink thing means they want to join you, yeah. Am I really that funny? To be fair, the first time I was playing this game, I was screaming the exact same thing at the TV. Just to myself. Also, this kind of sounds like brainwashed slavery. I'm not sure I'm cool with this. We attracted back some more farmers to our lovely little paradise. Ah, I miss Star Wars Galaxy. Crumbling ghouls? I actually wonder if they won't till any fields but the first. Until you ring the bell, and they get better at it. I don't know for sure. So I think we need to, yeah, we're gonna need to finish the cabbages quest. Before the game will let us do anything else. It should be finished fairly quickly, though. The good news is the most tedious part of the chapter is over. It's just the most tedious part is always getting the actual base laid out and flat so you can put stuff down without wasting too much, like, actual space. Let's see, it's actually almost nighttime, so... Malroth just really wants to go to bed. He's already in here. Or maybe he's just trying to make sure Clayton doesn't steal his bed this time. But Malroth! He ran out to go sleep in the other thing. I guess he doesn't prioritize? I don't really know. But no, okay, he's right back. Huh? Maybe Malroth really just had to pee before bed. Well, that reminds me of a... not so much a fun fact as one that kind of makes me depressed. Cabbages in the chest. It ain't just for you, Perry, it's for everybody. Also, generally what he means is that, if you put food in a chest, NPCs will eat it. And if they eat the food, they will give you gratitude and will do something else. You don't have to feed them, nothing happens if they starve, they won't stop working, they won't work slower. But you won't get that something else from them if you don't feed them, and you won't get the gratitude either. And here's what I dislike the most about seeds. Seeds actually will run out after a certain number of harvests. It's a pain in the butt. And when it says a certain number of harvests, I find that a good number of seeds will immediately run out as soon as I harvest them for the first time. Yeah, you mostly do it for the gratitude, but the other thing you get, while not fantastic, is kind of vital for a bunch of things. This is not new information. I think my bad luck is basically a signature trait of mine at this point. Oh, hey! Malroth, you're talking to Perry. There you go. Your seeds have... Oh, okay, I don't believe your seeds have seriously never run out. That's just impossible. Ooh, Malroth wants to try again. Let's see you do it, buddy. Yeah! Black smoke again. Malroth? Are you okay? Aw, hon. You help out a lot by beating up monsters and getting the materials. No, seriously, Malroth, without you, I would literally never play this game. That's actually probably why. But even doing Furrowfield, I've had seeds, burn out. Grass fibers. That's gonna be a little hard because we need, you know, not corrupted grass for that. I don't think I'm unlucky. I think you're just insanely lucky. Like, it's not my bad luck, it's your good luck. Cause good God, girl. I'll put... Go right over there, so this can go later on. Sorry it's in the gross muck, but I can't make more of the worm foods yet. A seat, some kind of plate on a table, makes a dining table. Well, send your luck here and hope that none of my seeds burn out while I'm playing this. What's a neat idea? Putting the four together like that? I don't know if it all counts as one big dining table or if it's four smaller dining tables, but it doesn't really matter. While there are limits to how much of everything you can put down, you're not going to hit them in the chapters. You're not even going to come close. Sets and rooms are two separate things that are really, really important. Thankfully, they tend to do this part by themselves. If there's an empty thing that can store food, the NPCs will just throw food in it by themselves. The NPCs are shockingly self-sufficient. As long as you give them what they need to do something, they will happily do something. That's all the quests, so... I think all we can do now is just harvest wheat, pray these lazy losers actually start tilling stuff! That's true. I'll go ahead and do that. Who knows, maybe lessening the number of scarecrows will actually get them to work. I might try that. I might go ahead and pull up all but the second scarecrow and see if that'll get them tilling that. I still fully plan to grass this entire place. But at least now we don't have to sit on disgusting, swampy, corrupted earth. Not even swampy, it's just straight up dirty and corrupted. Gives me something to do while waiting for the wheat to finish growing. I think it did finish growing. Clayton, I swear to God. Were you literally coming over? You really are a jerk. I'm glad I put that signpost up there. Okay, so once Wrigley actually starts, he won't stop. That's good to know. Let's go grab the wheat real quick. Y'all actually get tilling over here? Alright, you know what? I do not know what is going on, but let's see if picking up these scarecrows will actually help. Seriously, what is wrong with all of you people? Cancel out. It's now a large room. Put this down. A large field. Now will y'all till it? These farmers legitimately just want to give me an aneurysm. Ah, target of misplaced aggression. Ah, level up in the middle of battle. Thank you. We're gonna have a cutscene in the middle of the battle too! So clearly Malroth is a normal Dragon Quest protagonist and gets stronger via level ups, and he's very confused as to why our stats are not going up. So yeah, on certain levels, Malroth will give us skills. There's only 4 total in the game, I think. There's this, something that's actually better used for building. An upgrade to that better used for building thing. And then my favorite skill. Ooh, we get to upgrade Malroth. Oi, no, you come here. They're already having enough trouble actually doing anything in the field. Do you think I'm gonna let you make it harder? Okay. So we actually need one of these for Clayton and one of these for Bonazzo at minimum. But we can now make a new weapon for Malroth. Like, look at this. It literally goes up to 24 attack. Our stone sword is 18. Malroth is a beast. Which, where is he? Ah, there you are. Malroth, I have a shiny toy for you. I don't actually know if any of his stuff gives him better reach. I think it's just straight upgrade to damage. Also, I still find this adorable. Malroth will keep that oaken club. Anytime you make him something stronger from now on, he'll hand you what weapon he's currently holding. Which I kind of wish he wouldn't. Because you can say that somebody giving you their currently equipped weapon might be good for if you're trying to tier upgrade people, but you literally have no use for Malroth's weapons except to give to Malroth. I wish he kind of just kept all the weapons you made for him. Bonazzo, Clayton, 1. Okay, so I just need to make another one for the farmer. Yeah, so like, you can't sell it either. Like I said before, there's no currency in this game. When Malroth gives you one of his old weapons back, there's literally nothing you can do with it except just trash it. You can't put it down to display, you can't... Like, you can't anything with it. So I don't think Malroth actually gives you gratitude for anything, come to think of it. I could be wrong. But I don't remember him giving you gratitude for anything. He seems perfectly grateful. Apparently he just doesn't pop with gratitude. Maybe it has something to do with that amnesia he's got? Also, yeah, Wiggly also gets the lower tiers. Which, trust me, I'm going to be dirting up all that down there. I'm still mad that they work from day to night with no rests, you frickin' liars. That's gonna till that bit of grass, or dirt that bit of grass over there. Why not? all the farmers. Are you all in the barn? What are you doing? You guys are the most ungrateful slobs, I swear to God. They're too lazy for it to be anything scarring or bad. Also, sorry I'm working you so hard, Wiggly, but I mean, you see what I've got to deal with here, buddy. You're the only one I can rely on. Wish it would rain again soon. Maybe if they don't have to water, they'll actually do their work until. Y'all just lazing about. You know what, just for that, I'm leaving all of those crops ungathered. You don't work, you don't get to eat. I'll see if for some reason he won't convert these pieces, but I think it's because the entire little Dia tree area there is protected. You can't actually break it or anything. Wrigley, if I could make you your own house, I would. You're the only person in this place who's earned it. See how far down he actually goes. Like 3 squares? 3 squares down. Nice, Wrigley. Malroth's coming to watch over us. Or he. There he is. Dang, Malroth, you're up high. Taking lookout spot, huh, buddy? Should get Huh, I thought he'd get the back wall. Well, whatever. Come on, keep working! Go back up tonight. You're doing great, Wiggly! Keep at it! No rest till there's no more ucky ground. Don't sleep in the water. Hey, Mav! Oh, there's a Reaper here. No thanks, I'm good. Like, it's been days and they still won't till these areas. I don't understand what's going on with their AI, but it's kind of driving me bonkers. Like, how do they expect to grow anything if they won't till the fields for which things need to grow? Oh yeah, Malroth dead. So showing how this happens. The good news is you can do something. You see somebody who's unconscious, just pick them up, walk them to a bed. There you go, Malroth. Just sleep it off. Get you to bed too here, Brittany, because I actually like you. Come on, rest up. And meanwhile, Nick screams in frustration at them. I kind of wish you could pick people up more than just if they were knocked out. Imagine scrawny little Nick's hauling Malroth to safety. Come on, Wrigley. Dig, boy, dig. Also, they're all being... Well, not all of them. Clayton's being a troll because Clayton actually walked up while I was doing this and tried tilling the spot I dropped this on instead of the fields I have set up! So Clayton took Malroth's bed that one time, and I still think Malroth dunked him into the irrigation system. I really hate that they do this. Get lost! That one Dracu's trying to run away. He's got everybody after him. I've tried that a few times, in fact. Or do you mean you think they're waiting for me to finish the mission before they actually start doing stuff? I'll be really mad if that's the case, but I guess it's physically possible. But no, you see Clayton did it again! He tried to walk up and start tilling this! Clayton really is a jerk. Alright. Let me get the wheat. Ready to use, she says, after I've already cooked the majority of it for my own uses. Ain't like any of you have earned it. Oh, it's a cute little shrub tree. I know the brown expanse is probably not the greatest looking, but it's sure better than the nasty old swamp dirty stuff. This is a lie, it will do no such thing. The Dia tree will protect nothing and help us in no way whatsoever. I love how Malroth just keeps running up with his weapon out, ready to beat down the pastor. He really is. The moment you become part of the base, he will protect you with his life. So here is the last new major thing, which I'm gonna get all the wheat first because screw you, I want it. Look at the cabbages too, why not? I need some for a quest down the line, might as well get some now. I somehow harvested all that without losing a single seed. This is new. I've played this game, this is the third time I've played this game, and this is the first time I've not lost at least 2 seeds at the very beginning. So when this happens, this is the start of a powerful wave, way worse than we've seen before. So you want to make sure everybody who fights is equipped, and the people who fight are the ones that are looking around, rather than the ones that are cowering. So right now we have everybody equipped because you can't equip monsters. The first thing you're probably gonna want to do, you're gonna want to save. I probably should have saved way earlier than I did. I just kind of got into the game and forgot. And then talk to Malroth. This, by the way, is why you want to keep up with the weapons. You do get warning, and he will let you back out if you need to. But if you make sure to keep everybody equipped to the best you got, it's pretty easy to be ready when this comes. Though as you get more people, it can be really hard to tell who can and can't fight. So if you don't get too many waves, this is the best spot you can see who needs to be upgraded. And yeah, as Bonanzo says here, don't worry about the damage to the base. As long as the base is not completely destroyed, you won't lose. And any damages to the base, the NPCs will just rebuild when it's done. Yes, the NPCs, it does not make you do it, which is great. I wasn't really too worried because, as I said before, this game is very stable. And there's not really any way to game over that I'm aware of. Whoops. Like, there might be a way to game over, but if there is, I don't know where it could possibly be. You can see over there on the corner, the NPCs are more than capable of taking out the monsters themselves. This is why you want to keep them equipped, because they can do a lot of your work for you. So I don't really find the spin that useful. It's not that it's not useful, it just takes a long wind-up. And then you have to be in close combat with multiple enemies for it to happen. It does as much as a guaranteed crit though, basically, so it's not a bad thing. I just find it much safer to just dash in, slash, jump in, dash out. That you want to dash out of. So you might have actually noticed that the farmer in Malroth actually got away from him while he was doing that. When monsters have those big red auras, they are telegraphing a really strong attack. You do not want to be in the attack, and all NPCs will get clear of the attack. Whoa, 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 whoa. I really like the fact that the NPCs are smart enough to get out of it themselves. So as you can see, Malroth will linger longer than the NPCs do. He doesn't move until the last second, though he will always move quick enough to get clear of it. Well, maybe not always, but like 99% of the time he will move quick enough to get clear of it. And there's a new blade for all of us. Which matches... I think it's actually a little stronger than Malroth's axe. That's not really a huge deal, because while all of the builders' damage comes from the axe, Malroth actually has an attack stat. Hey, Pastor, I didn't see you helping out in there. Also, you can see Malroth may be quick to temper, but he's also pretty quick to calm down if given logic. I think it's one of the reasons I like him. You can understand why he's quick to jump to violence, but he's not frustrating because he's just as easy to talk down. You keep dreaming there, Rosie. Also, I'm sorry, but a sheaf of wheat and a blanket of cabbage leaves sounds like the worst pillow and blanket in the world. Possibly only a step above stone.